Okay, we're going to call our meeting to order at 5 o'clock on Thursday, September 25th. We will do roll call. Trustee Canova is absent. Trustee Fairchild?
Here.
Trustee Muirhead?
Here.
Trustee Rotterman?
Here.
Trustee Ryan?
Here.
Trustee Watanabe?
Here.
Our student trustee is not. And I am here. May I please have the introduction of the interpreter?
Good evening. Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Verónica Adams. Angélica Benítez y yo seremos las intérpretes en español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida por el canal en español de Zoom. Para escuchar esta sesión en español, oprime el botón que dice Interpretación en la parte inferior de su pantalla y seleccione el idioma español. En este menú también puede seleccionar la opción de silenciar el audio original en inglés. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have the pledge led by Trustee Muirhead.
Please stand and face the flag. I pledge allegiance
Thank you. All right, the district mission and vision statements. The mission of Santa Clara Unified School District is to provide equitable, engaging, and innovative educational experiences so that each student thrives in a global society. The graduates of Santa Clara Unified School District are resilient, future-ready, lifelong learners who can think critically, solve problems collaboratively, and are prepared to thrive in a global society. Santa Clara Unified School District acknowledges that our schools are on the traditional lands of the Tamiyan Nation, the Aboriginal American Indian tribe of Santa Clara Valley. We pay respect and thanks to their people, both past and present. Okay, so we have the agenda. Are there any changes?
I have a question before we do it. Is item BP 4158 on this agenda?
No.
Okay, then I move to approve the agenda.
Can I get a second? Motion in a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, that passes 6-0 with Trustee Canova being absent. Okay, guidelines and policy for public comment. I will read our policy. Our board policy states that this policy is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. Our policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district, as well as the community, Santa Clara Unified School District encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks the public cooperation with this endeavor. Okay, are there any public comments on our closed session agenda items? Is there anyone in the Zoom? Okay, so we'll close public comment on closed session. In closed session, the board will consider the following. B1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, one case, student versus Santa Clara Unified School District, Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2025051001, student name withheld to protect confidentiality, number 092525MM2. B2, consideration of waiver of administrative hearing regarding student 092525A.1. B3, public employee discipline dismissal release, Government Code Sections 54957 and 54954.5E. B4, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Sections 54957.6 and 54954F. Agency representatives, Damon Wright, Superintendent, Jose Gonzalez, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, and Mark Shield, Deputy Superintendent, Chief Business Official, Employee organizations, UTSC, CSEA, AFT, and unrepresented employees. B5, Government Code Section 54957B1 to consider the case of employee number 008011 regarding fitness for duty. My apologies. B6, Public Employee Performance Evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54857, Agency Designated Representative Board President Bonnie Lieberman, Title Superintendent. The board anticipates being in closed session for 90 minutes. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. The board is turned from closed session. May I please have the introduction of our interpreter?
Hello, good evening, board. Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Angélica Benítez, mi compañera Verónica Adams y yo vamos a hacer las intérpretes en español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la sesión de la mesa directiva. Esta sesión está siendo transmitida en español por el canal de Zoom. Para poner esta sesión en español, puede buscar en la parte de abajo de su pantalla, seleccionar el botón de interpretación y de ahí seleccionar el lenguaje de español. En ese menú también podrá silenciar el audio original en inglés. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I have a report from closed session. For item B1, a majority of the board in closed session voted 7-0 to reject a compromise agreement in Office of Administrative Hearing Case number 2025051001 to resolve educational claims raised against the district. Motion by Board Member Rotterman and seconded by Board Member Fairchild. Roll call vote passed by a vote of 7-0. Jim Canova, yes. Vicky Fairchild, yes. Bonnie Lieberman, yes. Jody Muirhead, yes. Andy Rotterman, yes. Michelle Ryan, yes. And Kathy Watanabe, yes. Item B2, in closed session, the Board of Trustees discussed the recommendation of staff and related evidence regarding expulsion with a suspension of enforcement of student 092525A.1. Item B3, the board received information. Item B4, the board received information and gave direction. Item B5, the board received information and gave direction. And the board will be resuming closed session to discuss item B6. At this time, we'll have our report from our superintendent, Dr. Wright.
All right, good evening. Since the last board meeting, I had an opportunity to visit Brawley Elementary School. Teresa Rangel, who's our Director of Elementary Education, and also Teresa Smith, who is the principal over at Brawley. We had an opportunity to walk classrooms. It's always great to watch our staff in action, delivering instruction and supporting our students with their social emotional needs. I also had the opportunity to attend the Art and Wine Festival on September 13th. I was blown away, didn't realize how involved that event was, and I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I can't wait for it next year. The weather was great, the food was awesome, and great music as well. I enjoyed my time visiting with the local vendors, talking with our staff and community that were present, and it was all for the good cause of raising money for our local nonprofits, so it was an excellent event. I attended the State of the City in Sunnyvale and also in Santa Clara last night. It was great seeing the community awards, those that are doing outstanding things for our community here in Santa Clara. I know that there's a lot of excitement and buzz about the Super Bowl and the World Cup that's coming. So it was a very great event, hearing the outstanding projects that are coming to both Sunnyvale and Santa Clara. I had an opportunity to attend Garden Day over at Pomeroy as well. I want to thank the principal, Kevin Keegan and Audrey Hinton, for inviting me. Saw our elementary students out there engaging with nature, learning about bees, shoveling mulch. So it was also a great day. Our community engagement is continuing. We completed our third community input session at McDonald High School on September 16th. I just want to thank all that participated and provided us input. And I just want to remind our community that there's also a survey option on our website should you want to share what's working well, some of our growth areas, and how we can work together to move our organization forward. Our coffee chats and virtual chats will continue. And I do want to announce that we are going to have a Spanish-speaking forum on October 7th right here in our boardroom, and a virtual option on October 8th. And we will ask those same three questions and get engagement from our Spanish-speaking families. You know, it's been a great year, but it's been a tough year. I think we've been in school for maybe 6 or 7 weeks, and we had a couple of tragedies right here in our school community. And it's just a constant reminder for me at how precious life is. You know, in the midst of all of our daily stressors and the tasks that we're involved with that keep us busy, we've always got to remember to enjoy our time with our family and our loved ones and make a positive impact on as many people as possible. As I mentioned, this year we experienced two tragedies, and while I didn't get an opportunity to establish a relationship with Mr. Raby or Isaiah Mendoza, I thoroughly enjoyed hearing the stories that highlighted the positive impact and the legacies that they left in this community. Mr. Raby dedicated his career to supporting students, those who often took a special skill set and patience to reach, some of our at-promise students. And Isaiah, learning about his confidence, his sense of self, his ability to lead both his peers and adults at such an early age was just absolutely inspiring. As we talk about inclusion and we say all means all in our district, it's time to see it in action. We can take a page out of their book because it's clear that Mr. Raby and Isaiah Mendoza spent their lives building bridges. And it was, despite the tragedy, it was pretty inspiring to hear their stories. And that's all I have for you today.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. We will now move to our report from our student trustee, Elias Rivera from Mission Early College High School.
Hello, my name is Elias Rivera, and I am here on behalf of Missionary College to give a school report. Well, just a quick introduction about what Mission College is. It's a high school program that allows Santa Clara Unified School District students, especially those who are unprivileged, to be able to participate in college at the same time as high school. So when they graduate, we will get a high school diploma and an associate's degree. But we also learn how to be proactive, resilient, organized, united, and dynamic human beings in our society. So for the month of August, usually we did a lot of stuff on the first day of school. We started off with something called Senior Sunrise, where students would gather at Mission Early College or campus early in the morning to just have fun and hang out, play games such as I think they played Foursquare, football, and Uno, and just hang out. They had donuts and basically just stood to watch the sunrise before starting off with school. And then we had a school orientation where we welcomed back students back from summer break. We also introduced our new staff. We had a few new teachers and a new vice president to MEX. And also welcome new students that usually range from like 9th grade to 11th grade. And so for the month of September, last week, we held our ASB elections. We elected people into roles such as club commissioner, secretaries for each grade, and vice presidents as well. Tuesday, we held a student body government event for our leadership class. We went outside, we introduced ourselves, our names, and our roles to each other. We also played a game of tug of war, which was pretty fun. A lot of people burned their hands because we used like a real rope. So, yeah. And then Monday, we held a meeting at MEX for students who are interested in forming a club. They attended the meeting and introduced their ideas and the purpose of why they want to form this club. And we also, on September 1st, we opened a submission form that allows students to join this art contest to be able to learn and how to express themselves through art and through different ways such as photography, painting, drawing, music, and just a lot of cool stuff. It's pretty interesting. And then for some future events of the semester, October 24th, we'll be holding a club day where students will be able to gather and usually we hold this outside. We have different booths for the clubs, and they will come and learn about the club and the purpose and what they will do. Sometimes they'll have field trips, and they have little treats for people who are interested. Some of the clubs that we have are the Black Student Union Club, the Bring Change to Mind Club, the Creative Writing Club, the Game Club, the Global Hope Club, the Interact Club, and the Latino Student Union Club. And then on November 7th, we will hold a multilingual meeting for students who speak other languages to have a meetup, be able to converse with each other in any language that's kind of like other than English, but that students could better understand language, which like to have language barriers to communicate. And then for Hispanic Heritage Month, on September 26th, which is tomorrow, we will be hosting a loteria event. Basically, it's like Hispanic bingo, a little bit. And then October 14th, Mission College will host an event with guest journalists and rapper Rocky Rivera to help students learn about Hispanic culture through food. So people will be able to come and bring foods from different Hispanic countries. And then I'm not sure what day we're holding it, but will we have a senior mentor day? So basically, seniors will be assigned to a group of freshmen to give a piece of advice to better prepare them for the next 4 years of Mission Early College, and just to help out. And then, oh, well, that reaches the end of my report. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions or from trustees? No, that was great.
Oh, have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move to our reports from our union presidents. Ms. Alpin.
Good evening, President Lieberman, trustees, Dr. Wright, and Ms. Burrell. 2 weekends ago, I also attended the Santa Clara Art and Wine Festival for the first time in many years. And I was truly impressed as well by how much the event had grown. It was wonderful to see so many of our students working hard in their booths to raise funds for their clubs and activities. I enjoyed fresh lemonade made by the Wilcox Robotics students, and as well as fruit kebabs from a Girl Scouts troop prepared by a Santa Clara's high school student. While I was there, I also had a chance to connect with Dr. Wright and Trustee Fairchild. It was nice to see both of you outside of district meetings. The festival was a great reminder of the creativity, energy, and community spirits our students bring to Santa Clara. The last 2 days, our leadership teams have gathered at Booksir to officially launch the 25-26 site leadership teams, to us known as SLT. Together, we reviewed the history and purpose of SLT and focused on connecting this work to build a single school-wide system of supports. It was a productive and energizing start, and I look forward to seeing how each site builds on these conversations and strengthens collaboration across schools. As I close this meeting tonight, I just want to take a moment to honor the memory of Isaiah Mendoza. His passing has deeply impacted our chapter, our schools, and our community. Our thoughts are with him and with all who are grieving, and I hope those that are affected continue to find the care and support that they need during this very difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wysocki.
Good evening, President Lieberman, trustees, student trustee Suresh, Dr. Wright, and Ms. Burrell. I'd also like to start my report off this evening sharing about our first 2 SLT support sessions of the school year. As LAMPS, we've shifted our meeting structures this year, moving away from an after-school model to an all-day model with a full day on Wednesday for our secondary teams and a full day today for our elementary teams. While LAMPS has not yet had the opportunity to review the feedback forms, I can tell you that after my spot checking, the positive feedback I read thus far was indicative that the change was a good one to make. The teams were thoroughly engaged in the tasks they were given, and the common language and vocabulary being used over the past 2 days will help us to continue build a strong structure for the work we have ahead of us in our system. This afternoon, I attended a local president forum with approximately 15 to 20 Santa Clara County Teachers Union presidents. During the meeting, many current topics were discussed. The one that I'd like to share with you tonight has to do with the doxing and members receiving complaints for their use of their personal social media. the inappropriate doxing I addressed with you at our last board meeting, the complaints against teachers using their personal social media accounts on their own time when it has not a single thing to do with students, school, or the district is a relatively new attack on our teachers. David Goldberg, the president of CTA, representing over 310,000 statewide teachers, sent out an advisory this past week stating, in these highly polarized times, educators are increasingly being targeted online for who we are and what we post on social media. In a troubling recent development, some members are being added to publicized blacklists for their speech outside of work. These lists are being compiled by extremists who seek to bully, intimidate, and attack educators and others with whom they disagree. Some educators have been doxxed, potentially putting them and their families in danger. These are, to put it mildly, contentious times. As a district, we've spent many hours evaluating declining enrollment, analyzing trends, adjusting placements in the spring and then again in the fall, and watching the effects our decisions have on our neighborhood schools. The growing fear I have, that grows every single day, that many of our local union presidents have, is that without explicit and public support of our teachers, in the way you perform your trustee duties, and in the decisions you make both in open and in closed sessions, we will soon be facing increased teacher shortages. Teaching is one of the hardest professions out there. I know because it's my fourth. It is by far the most challenging, unequivocally and without exception. And I'm talking about when it was relatively easy, when we had ongoing and unwavering support for our teachers. But now, teachers are under attack. We are being put under a level of scrutiny from concerned citizens outside of the educational system that many other professions simply do not experience. We need you to support us in the commitment we have to our students and to our families, for the courage we show every time students ask hard questions in class, for allowing us to have some semblance of privacy and the right to speak freely, especially on our own time and in a manner of our choosing. We need that from you unconditionally. I'll close this evening by acknowledging the heaviness in our hearts we feel for our Wilcox High School students, their teachers, the staff, the families, and the Wilcox community at large. You've experienced the book-ended loss of both an amazing teacher and an amazing young man. These losses are profound and they will change the lives of many. Please know that UTSC holds Mark Raby and Isaiah Mendoza in our hearts. This concludes our UTSC report.
Thank you. Okay, now we will have our Measure BB Series 2025 bond sale results. Ms. Rainieri.
How about that? And turn it on. There, sometimes people ask me to do things and I think never underestimate operator error. anyway, we now cover more than a third of California's population with our boundaries. And as we progress, I think that will become more so. But Santa Clara is the leading light. And to just bring this story back to when Keith and I pulled up in the parking lot and he said he'd never been here before, I said, I'm just so shocked because Santa Clara Unified was the first. We've been working with you since day one. And for some people who might wonder how that could happen, there's a little known fact that I know some of you know, but maybe all of you don't know, which was we used to only have one student board member come to the board meetings. And in my senior year of high school, that was me representing all the high schools. And I learned a lot. And now look what I've been doing for all these years. So anyway, thank you for your time tonight. Thank you for your commitment to excellence. And we have some really good news for the taxpayers of Santa Clara Unified. So I'll let Mr. Weaver describe that.
Hi, good evening. A lot of really good news to share with you tonight about the sale results from Measure BB. And I think we have a slideshow, hopefully to bring up. So I'll just begin while the slides are coming up. So what I'd like to share with you tonight about our Measure BB sale results is just a little bit about a process, just to kind of share with you how we set the stage, and then get into our results, and then wrap up with some next steps.
We'll just keep going.
All right, we'll keep going. So as part of our process, I would like to begin by stating we did incorporate a number of best practices as recommended by the Government Finance Officers Association. Best practices for our bond sale included things like having competition for which bank or lender that we worked with, evaluating and selecting our credit rating agencies that we work with, managing the costs of our debt, as well as incorporating call features and doing a number of things to try to get, as the bottom line, the best result that we possibly could. And I see our slideshows up here, which is great.
Page 3.
Okay.
I'm telling them.
Yeah, I got the clicker.
Okay.
So credit rating. I'd like to take a moment to share about our credit rating because the results here are outstanding. We had our credit rating evaluated by two main credit rating agencies, S&P and Moody's. Both of them gave the district ratings of AAA. And you can see on the chart here, those credit ratings are the very top end of the chart, meaning we got the highest credit rating possible. And we got what's the very rare double AAA, meaning that we got it from both credit rating agencies. The reasons the agency cited was our robust local economy, and then more internal to the district, our exceptional reserves and our prudent fiscal management. So definitely compliments to leadership for the great management of the district. And then to give you some insight into how this compares, we have a map here showing our neighbors. We are in green with a double AAA. The school districts are all labeled around us, and you can see those highlighted in green. There's 4 of them, also have the double AAA. And then all the other school districts locally do not. And all of the cities locally, which are those, you can see them by the yellow dots, they also do not have the double AAA credit rating. So I just kind of want to point out how exceptional this is, even amongst our neighboring school districts and our cities here locally. Okay, so in terms of process, we had our bond sale on September 3rd. $190 million of bonds were sold. We used an internet platform to get the word out, encourage competition. We let any bank or firm to bid. The idea was let's get as much competition as possible with the hope that that will generate the best results. This is a chart showing an interest rate index. You can see it goes back all the way to the beginning of Measure BB. We've had some ups and downs in interest rates. The last time that we sold bonds in 2023, we were budgeting for interest rates to go up. And you can see they did go up, and they went up a lot. It really started happening in April. If you think back to what was going on in April, it was when the news about the tariffs came out, caused a lot of, I think, uncertainty in the marketplace. But nevertheless, even though rates went up, they remained within our budget because we had been planning for rates to go up. So that was good news in terms of sticking to our budget. And then on the day of bond sale, the markets were relatively positive. Stock markets were doing better. Global bond markets were stable. There were some sort of concerns on the horizon, but in general, the news was quite positive. So that was kind of the backdrop of our bond sale. And then on the day of sale, we have here a calendar showing all of the bonds that were being scheduled for sale. And what I like to point out is there wasn't that many, first of all, nationwide. And second of all, we were the only public agency in California that was selling bonds. So any bank or underwriter investor who wanted California bonds and get the double tax free, we were the only show in town. So we think that sort of helped encourage the competition because anybody who wanted to buy bonds, it was us. So in terms of results, we have here a map showing the firms. We ended up getting 11 bids from around the nation. Interestingly, none from California, but we got a couple from Chicago, a half dozen firms from New York, a couple from Charlotte, and one from Dallas. And we also felt like we had a really nice mix of bidders. There's probably a lot of really big names on here that you recognize, Bank of America, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, but there's probably also a lot of names you don't recognize, right? So we got a really nice mix of firms, both large and small, from across the nation. Yeah, I guess the lawyers pointed out that even if they're buying in New York or Chicago or Charlotte, they're still typically selling to California investors. And then you might wonder, 11 bids, how does that compare to what other school districts get? We have a table here showing over 400 bond sales going back to 2003. And most school districts get between 3 to 6 bids. That's sort of the common range. And where we are at 11 bids, only 5.5% of the bids received 11 or more bids. So again, sort of top tier results that we received. And then here's a list of the firms. So Morgan Stanley was the winning firm, bid a fantastic interest rate of just over 2%. We've been budgeting about 4% given the market, so really excellent. And you can see the firms, the range in firms went all the way up to about 2.3%, which doesn't sound like a huge difference, but the dollar difference was all the way up to $1.6 million between the first and last place bids. So we think a really nice demonstration here of the value of the competition. And then we looked at some other bond sales for comparison. Other California school districts selling bonds with the same credit rating, either the AAA from Moody's or the AAA from S&P. Going back to June 1st, we found 3 other school districts selling bonds at that time: San Mateo, Foster City, Sunnyvale School District, and South San Francisco Unified. And we said, well, how do we compare against these? And the way that we compare is what's called spread to MMD. MMD is a market index. And so as that index changes day to day, we can compare to that index. And then here's the results. So we are in green. And I'd like to point out we were the lowest interest rates among all these other school districts. The next closest, San Mateo, Foster City in orange, was just a hair above us. And then both Sunnyvale and South San Francisco Unified were quite a bit above us. And so great result that even amongst similar school districts with similar credit ratings, we did the best. And just to give you some dollar perspective, you take the average of these, it's about $2 million in savings for our taxpayer, just from the comparison against these. And then also sharing with you, how did we do against our budget? So we sold the bonds as expected, 190 million, but our costs across the board came out significantly less. And our underwriter's discount, which is the fee that Morgan Stanley receives, was way below budget. And that was part of their bid that they submitted. And we budget based on what we typically see in the market. And the low costs here were outstanding. It was a savings of about 1.9 million. Our other costs also came in a bit cheaper. And then as part of the bid for Morgan Stanley premium, that premium is essentially money on top of the bond amount that goes into what's called the interest and sinking fund, but it's held by the county for the benefit of our taxpayers. So this will reduce the cost to our taxpayers. That was about 13 million. And then in terms of funds for facilities, we ended up with a total of about 189 million, which is almost $1.9 million more in our facilities program than what we've been estimating. So just across the board, really outstanding result. And then in terms of debt service that our taxpayers pay via property taxes, our interest costs came in about $8 million less. And then our taxpayers also get the benefit of that interest and sinking fund of about 13 million. So in total, the net debt service was about $21 million cheaper, and that will benefit our taxpayers. And then in looking at tax levies, we have a chart here of Measure BB. Again, the maximum estimated at the time of the election was about $48.80. It's currently sitting at, and I say currently meaning this year's property tax list comes out typically in October of this year on tax bills, is $43.50. And we're estimating it'll continue to be below the maximum going forward, and where there may be some opportunities to shorten up the term here so that taxpayers can pay taxes for less years. So that may be on the horizon. And then looking at all of our measures combined, that is being shown in this chart. And I'd like to point out our current tax levy is sitting 65% below what was estimated at the time of the election. And it's been trending down again this year as well. So this was our final issuance of bonds for Measure BB. We've completed the $720 million bond measure. And just to kind of highlight some success over the entire measure, looking back at what we were estimating prior to the election, the district ended up receiving over $12 million for facilities projects and ended up with lower taxes of about $420 million for taxpayer savings. So we think it was, again, outstanding results for both the district as well as for our taxpayers. So in terms of next steps, I just want to say congratulations. We think it was, again, outstanding results. And the funds from these bonds were received on September 18th. It's ready to spend on facilities projects, and happy to take questions. Thank you.
Trustee Canova.
You know, and we get these reports on a real regular basis, and it's hard to come up with new ways to thank you for your outstanding work. But one thing I would say, you know, this is a time for districts now with declining enrollment just around the Bay Area. They're facing, in terms of their normal budgets, very serious issues. And I think for taxpayers, the way we fund things in education is very complicated. But here's a real huge success story. And that final slide you have that just basically says how much more went to doing the infrastructure work and how much was saved for the taxpayers. That one simple slide, we should make that as available as we can to the community so they know. So when they hear us having conversations about other budget issues, they don't always understand the different buckets. But here's a bucket that's just managed exceptionally well. And I just think it's really important that we let our community know as best we can that we've been great stewards. And we've been great stewards because this board had the wisdom to hire you, you know, and Lori, you know, both of you, I'm grateful. I'm glad you're here. It's nice that you came finally, but Lori, you just, what you've done for this district over the years is just phenomenal. And I'm so glad to hear that Mark is working so well with you. That's great. We find him very difficult, but I'm glad that's working out well. But anyway, thank you. Great work.
Oh,
amazing.
thank you.
We need to let the taxpayers know.
Great. Thank you.
Trustee Fairchild.
I echo what Jim Canova, Trustee Canova said. Just thank you for all the hard work. I want to thank Mr. Shield and thank Mr. Adams. It looks like we have some more money for you to work on some more projects. So this is very exciting, and thanks again for all the information. And I agree with Trustee Canova that this is something that we need to make sure that the taxpayers know. I feel weird when we say we were good stewards. I feel like you have been good stewards. So thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Rotterman.
Now, this is going to sound redundant, but there's one of those slides. I just want to keep things in perspective. We have saved $420 million. How many bonds was that? we've had at least a couple, at least two of our lower cost bonds are in that same range. So we've saved the equivalent of two full bond measures for our taxpayers. Because your slide said that here, $420 million cumulatively over all the bonds over the period of time has been saved. That is an unbelievable accomplishment. And I want to echo my fellow board members. I would really like to see us do a little bit of, and I guess I'm going to pick on poor Jennifer, Mr. Rico, excuse me. We should be shouting this from the highest mountains that we can find to get the word out, because this is truly remarkable what we have collectively together been able to do. You're a brilliance. We're smart enough to hire you. So I think that's perfect.
And I'll take an opportunity to also echo my fellow trustees. Your firm, Mr. Shield, that combination together clearly is working. And our taxpayers, I'm one of those taxpayers, so I am very grateful for this report. And I think that our future looks very bright with this particular team of your firm and our CBO. So I hope that we do get something out there with lots of colors and big letters that say, we saved you a whole lot of money. Because to Trustee Canova's point, a lot of what we talk about is our deficit spending and, all of the negative things that are happening. And we need to be just as proud, not just as proud, but just as social. We should be socializing this a lot more than we do when we have successes like this. So I hope that we get that out very quickly. And I think Mr. Shield wants to speak. No? Okay. Jody. Oh, okay. So after Trustee Muirhead, Mr. Shield.
Well, I'll just echo also that I really appreciate all the work. Our taxpayers really have invested in our district heavily over the last many years with all these various bonds going back to 1997. And they've trusted us to manage them well. And I really appreciate that, that your help has allowed us to really, we're still spending their money, but we're not spending as much of their money. And I think that that's a great win for the district as a whole and for all of our community. Thank you.
Mr. Shield.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify one comment, Trustee Rotterman, and that is that the savings of $420 million is just from Measure BB. It is not from all of the bond measures. And so when we produced the estimates, we had in 2018, we anticipated that the principal and interest cost to our taxpayers was going to need about $1.45 billion over the life of Measure BB. And it's through the various strategies that we've used through our 3 debt issues that, based upon current information, it's going to come in about $422 million less. And so I just want to provide that because it's really just Measure BB is $420 million. That doesn't count the savings that have been generated on all of the other bond measures in addition to that. The other piece of this that I think is, there's 2 other pieces that are interesting here, and that's what we anticipated that while we had a $720 million bond measure, we anticipated that we were only going to have $707 million to actually fund projects. And we're actually going to have, just on the principal side alone, $12 million more, and that doesn't count the interest earnings also. And third, and most importantly, I think, and while the savings are amazing, and I want to say kudos to Larry and his team, we are on track to do every project that we told our community we were going to do. We're actually on track to do more projects than we anticipated being able to do. And we have ideas in addition to that of additional projects above and beyond that we're going to be able to do through through this funding and state reimbursement funding, and being able to meet that promise to the community of being able to do more than what we promised to be able to do, and do it at less cost to the taxpayers. And so, as they said, it's been a true win-win-win because meeting that promise is important. and meeting the promise and the impact that it's going to have on our staff, students, and community as we move forward and over the next generations you can't quantify it. So.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yeah, just a quick comment. When I first made that comment, I hesitated. You saw me even act a little unsure of myself because I looked at 420 million. I thought, oh my gosh, that is such a large number. Maybe I'm misinterpreting it. Turns out I was, but I was doing it the wrong direction. So I would love to see an accumulative number because over the years, that's something we've worked very hard to do, is to try to reduce the debt and the cost to our consumers. We really appreciate our community. We really appreciate the support they've given us over the years. Generally speaking, our bond measures have passed in the high 60s or 70%, which is an enormous show of confidence by our community about how well we've done. And I think that I'm very proud of the fact that since I've been on the board, and the rest of our board members, I'm sure feel the same way, that we've been able to be good stewards and we've been able to save an enormous amount of money for the community. So thank you very much for correcting me in the right direction. If you're going to go the other way, then you got to stay quiet.
All right.
So if I might just say one more thing, people are trying to give us a lot of credit, but I want to start with, I've had many meetings in this building where through lots of administration, other people were coming in suggesting the district do it a different way. I've had probably 20 or 30 of those meetings over 30 years, 35 years. And every time we sat down, we went through the numbers. Yes, everybody else is doing it a different way. These are the reasons to do it this way. And the district has always listened, has always been open. Mark Scheel is not the first chief business official in this district that we've worked with, not the first superintendent. And some of you board members have been with me since the beginning, but you've always supported what the evidence shows and been evidence-based and wanted to see what would it show. And that's why we showed you, we don't just show you savings against budget, but we show you savings against what other people are doing. Because when Wall Street meets Main Street, we know what kind of a combination that is, right? Wall Street it's not just that Wall Street, and I'm not even saying they're smarter, it's just that they do what they do and they have a very powerful machine that does it over and over again, all over the state, all over the country. Santa Clara has been a maverick, and that didn't happen because of me. It started with the board being interested in being a maverick. And not to say that I want to plug GFS JPA, but because you are a founding one of only 7 districts in the state that got together to form GFS JPA, you are now spreading these ideas of excellence based on best practices, ethics, and transparency to 64 other communities and soon more. So I want to thank you for all the support and your predecessors who gave us the support, because we now have probably the best case study in the entire country about how to do a bond program. And so I agree with you. I'm always happy to talk Ms. Tirico's ear off about what we're doing. And Mr. Ratterman, you said, what about cumulative savings? Honestly, the numbers were getting so big that we were trying to make this more digestible in this presentation, but we'll provide you more statistics. And finally, I will say, I have a good friend who's a cyclist who would always say, the more I prepare, the luckier I get. And so you made this district into a AAA community, double AAA. We stayed the course when other people were dropping out of the market because they were afraid of the volatility. We reached beyond the sponsors of conferences and the people who have sales forces here to the entire country to get those bidders. Those are some of the major factors that resulted in this. Is there anything I missed? Okay, that's a first that Keith didn't think of something I missed. So I want to say thank you very much. We really appreciate being part of this district. I feel like it's been my whole life. And again, for the people who don't know me, I started learning math here in this school, and pretty much every school I went to, the name has been changed.
Mr. Scheel?
One final comment, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say this, but As you all said, and Lori stated before she started the presentation, she's been here a long time. And she's, she grew up here. I think you told me once that we were your first school district. Is that correct? And we were talking before, while you all were in closed session, we were talking, and this may be Lori's last presentation with us. Lori is in the process of retiring, something that has been on her mind for a while. And when we were, there is a possibility that we may be able to do something else on the debt refunding side, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity that this is a real possibility that this would be Lori's her last time with us in this capacity. I'm sure she'll be back because I'm sure she's not going to be able to stay away. But I would be remiss to say thank you. Thank you for the impact that you've had on the Santa Clara Unified School District community over the last 40 plus years. And you are, your influence can be seen throughout. So thank you.
Thank you. I really want to pet your dog. Okay, good. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Okay, we will move on now to public comment on unagendized items. I have 2 slips, but first I need to read the civility policy. Board Policy 1313 is our civility policy. This policy is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district, as well as the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech and expression will comport with norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities or events, and in the use of district electronic digital systems and platforms. Okay. My first speaker is Jessica Morelia.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Morelia, and on behalf of the family, friends, and loved ones of Isaiah Mendoza, we want to express our deepest gratitude to Santa Clara Unified, Wilcox High School, and the entire community for the extraordinary care and support shown during this profound loss. Isaiah was a remarkable young man with a bright future, a straight-A student, an incredible leader, and a dedicated athlete. I had the privilege of knowing Isaiah his entire life, and he was a true member of our family. He and my son, Gilbert Padilla, were best friends growing up, side by side, and sharing a bond that reflected Isaiah's warmth, kindness, and loyalty. His passing leaves a void felt deeply by everyone who loved him. In the wake of this tragedy, the strength of this community, especially at Wilcox High School, was clearly demonstrated. We thank the district for providing not only resources and guidance, but also profound compassion and understanding. We especially appreciate that Santa Clara Unified extended its care beyond Wilcox to support all schools impacted by this loss. A special thank you to Cabinet Student Services Director Brenda Carrillo, Special Education Director Kathy Alanese, and their crisis teams for their tremendous support. A heartfelt thank you goes to District Social Worker Jennifer Gutierrez, Not only did she support our students, but she also took the time to check on my well-being while I focused on supporting my son and the Wilcox baseball team. As a district employee, I know the work that happens behind the scenes and the time staff took outside of work hours to prepare for students to arrive this past Monday, and I can't thank you enough. We are deeply grateful to the coaches, Matthew Huth, Cliff Shiamoto, Adam Rios, Carlos Escobedo, Josh Foley, Jonathan Mendoza, and Paul Rosa, who have been an unwavering source of comfort and guidance to Isaiah's teammates. We truly appreciate their dedication. And thank you to Principal Wall for opening the Wilcox football field for Monday's vigil, which brought an overwhelming turnout of love and unity. The words cannot fully capture the depth of our loss. The unity, love, and resilience demonstrated by this district and community serve as a powerful tribute to Isaiah's memory. Thank you for standing with us, for supporting our students, staff, and for showing that what it truly means to care for one another. To his parents, Andrea, Adam, and his 4-year-old sister, Cammie, I am so sorry. But please know this entire community is here to support you. We are Charger strong. And to Isaiah, thank you for the joy and love you brought into our lives. Thank you for being the rock and the best companion my son could ever ask for. We will carry your spirit with us forever. We love you, Pops.
Um, thank you. Marie Kinkin-Giobrock.
Okay, my themes have been building the knowledge of classroom teachers and that it's hard to change the way you've been taught to teach. My own journey went from language experience training through whole language and, by fits and starts from blind, enthusiastic swallowing of some really lousy ideas to a jerky awakening, and then a really slow move to structured literacy and underpinned by the science of reading. I'd like you to remember the airplane and think about reading recovery. Remember the airplanes that returned and were full of holes. With the focus on the wrong question, looking at the kids who struggled to read and trying to figure out how to help them to struggle more effectively. Now, Santa Clara Unified School District has encouraged teachers to get reading recovery training for years. How firm is this method in these teachers' minds? I don't know, but let me tell you, to remain a reading recovery teacher, you have to meet regularly with other reading recovery teachers several times a year to talk about your particular student and figure out what is the best way to help that particular child and that particular child and that particular child. 2, you have to observe a lesson that a colleague has taught and critique it. And 3, you have to each year give a lesson yourself and have it critiqued. How's that for ensuring fidelity? I think it's an excellent method for keeping people on track, teaching the way they've been taught to teach. Now, what does Santa Clara Unified School District offer to compete with that? There are teachers. Nope, that's it. Just think about it.
Thank you. Are there any other unagendized comments? Anyone in the Zoom? Okay, thank you. Okay. We'll move now to G1, which is a public hearing. So we'll need
Motion to open public hearing.
to receive input regarding assurance of compliance for sufficiency of pupil textbooks and instructional materials. So I have a motion to open from Trustee Fairchild.
Second, Rotterman.
Trustee Canova?
Yeah.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
Student Trustee Suresh? And I vote yes. So that passes 7-0 with the Student Trustee Suresh voting yes. Yes, I forgot. Thank you.
And I don't think we need a roll call for opening and closing.
It's a resolution.
The resolution needs it, but not the, it doesn't matter.
Well, oh.
We did it, it's good. Let's go.
Oh, okay. I thought I had to do it. Okay, never mind. Do we have, any comments? Any? No?
Motion to close, public hearing, Rotterman.
Second, first, motion and a second. Student trustee Suresh? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? That passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes. G2, resolution 2560, adoption of sufficiency of instructional materials.
Move to approve.
Second, Rotterman.
A motion and a second. Trustee Canova? Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
Student trustee Suresh? And I vote yes, that passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh also voting yes. Okay, consent items, human resources, H1 and H2. Did I get a motion to?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passes 7-0. Consent items I1 through I15.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Student trustee Suresh? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes. Action item J1, resolution 2554, affirming October as LGBTQ+ History Month.
Motion
Move to approve, Ryan?
Second, Rotterman.
Right, we have a motion from trustee Ryan and a second from trustee Rotterman. Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
Student trustee Suresh? I vote yes, that passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes. Resolution 2555, affirming October as National Bullying Prevention Month.
Move to approve, Ryan?
Motion and a second, and I will remember this time, student trustee Suresh. Trustee Canova?
Yeah.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead? Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes. J3, resolution 2556, affirming October 23rd through the 31st, 2025 as Red Ribbon Week.
Move to approve, Ryan?
Okay. Student trustee Suresh? Trustee Canova?
Yeah.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes. J4, resolution 2557, affirming October 12th through the 18th, 2025 as Week of the School Administrator.
Move to approve, Ryan?
Second, Rotterman.
Okay, motion and a second, student trustee Suresh. Yes, that's okay. Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes. J5, resolution 2558, affirming October 8th as Walk and Roll to School Day.
Move to approve, Ryan?
All right, we have a motion and a second. Student trustee Suresh. Trustee Canova?
Yeah.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes. Action item K1, 2025-2026 bargaining proposal, Santa Clara Unified School District and United Teachers of Santa Clara.
Approve. Second, Fairchild.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Student trustee Suresh. Oh, wait, I can't. You don't do this one. I'm sorry. My bad. I'm back in the habit of asking you first and then I don't need to. Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passes 7-0. K2, 2025-2026 United Teachers of Santa Clara Full Contract Sunshine Proposal.
Approve.
Second, Rotterman.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed? That passes 7-0. K3, 2025-2026 bargaining proposal, Santa Clara Unified School District and California School Employees Association and Chapter 350.
Move to approve.
Second, Fairchild.
Okay, a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? That passes 7-0. K4, 2025-2026 California School Employee Association and its Chapter 350 Initial Sunshine Proposal.
Move to approve.
Second, Rodiman.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? That passes 7-0. Action item L1, Resolution 2546 for change order number 1 to Pencor Wrecking for earthwork at the Westwood Elementary School Modernization Project.
Motion to approve, Rodiman.
Second, Fairchild.
Okay. Student trustee Suresh. Trustee Canova.
Yeah.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh also voting yes. L2, Resolution 2551 for change order 1 to Asbestos Management Group, Inc. for hazardous building materials abatement for the Briarwood Elementary School Modernization Project.
Motion to approve, Rodiman.
Second, Fairchild.
I have a motion and a second. Student trustee Suresh. Trustee Canova. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes. L3, Resolution 2553, resolution of the governing board of the Santa Clara Unified School District to adopt the district's revised GAN limit.
Motion to approve, Rodiman.
Second, Fairchild.
A motion and a second. Student trustee Suresh. Trustee Canova. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes. Okay, item M1, consideration of the waiver of administrative hearing regarding student 092525A.1. Do I have a motion to accept the waiver of administrative hearing dated September 10th, 2025 for the expulsion with a suspended enforcement through September 25th, 2026 with a change of placement from McDonald High School to Santa Clara High School and a rehabilitation plan for student 092525A.1 and that student 092525A.1 can apply for reinstatement at the end of the expulsion term, September 25th, 2026.
Motion to approve the recommendation,
Second, Fairchild.
Rodiman.
Okay, I have a motion from Board Member Rotterman and a second by Board Member Fairchild. Roll call vote, Trustee Canova. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead. Yes. Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes by a vote of 7-0. Okay, discussion item N1. Board member requested agenda item board policy 4119.24. Trustee Fairchild.
Thank you so much. I remember when we passed this policy in 2020 and being intrigued by it. But then as a parent, I've been able to experience the implementation of this policy and I've been very impressed. And this is how I kind of want to preface this because I remember last year sitting in a water polo parent meeting where our coach, and I've gotten permission from people to tell the story, the coach, Rich Cruzen, explained to the parents how communication would happen and that they would be using a district-approved app and that all messages to the students could be seen by the parents. Not only, so there was no texting on the sly. So this allows the coach to contact the students, but all communication is seen by the parents. This communication is also viewed by the athletic director, who is also on this app. And I guess different sports groups use these communication tools that had been spelled out in this policy as to the safest way to make sure we're communicating appropriately with our students. And as a parent, I was so impressed with this system. And I've watched it work for the last year where, you know, my daughter will text the coach and I will get a notification on this, and I will, and vice versa. So if all that communication is so transparent, and it's so nice for the parent to have that transparency. And the added layer that, and I was talking to Laura Stott about this, that she's also on that app and seeing all that communication. And one of the things that it made me aware of when I went back and looked at this policy actually last year was just that these policies also apply to board members and how we communicate with students. It doesn't specifically say board members in here, but these are our policies, and that we should be following these policies in how we communicate and interact with students. It can be tricky sometimes. I have students, some of my daughter's friends I've known since birth. So we might have a little bit of a different relationship, even though they're students in this district. But just being very aware of those boundaries and lines. What's interesting about our situation with the coach that I'm referring to is he's been my daughter's coach since she was 7 years old. Yet he still follows these very strict guidelines in the communication. And I was talking to my brother about this policy years ago because he's a coach in another state. And he said he was grateful when these policies came out because he saw it as a protection for him. And that these guidelines set up the standards for his communication. As a parent, I also see it as training for my girls because they have learned that adults who are safe communicate with them in a very specific way. And they do it openly, transparently. The parents know there's no secret channels. And so it's allowed us to have very good conversations about, you know, why do we have this specific app spawned? Why do they want me to be able to see the communication? And why is that important? And so I just thought it was a good opportunity to remind us of these policies and that we have about communicating with students so that we can follow the policies that we've approved. So I don't know if there's any questions or thoughts.
Trustee Rotterman.
I'm going to pass out. I sent to Dr. Wright. I looked at this policy and I had some concerns about it. It's a great policy when we have control over all the circumstances. So the example that Trustee Fairchild gave, where she has a coach who has direct resources and can make those communications. But I think the policy becomes a little bit problematic when you have outside organizations, things like Boy Scouts and Rotary and different things like that. And just in general, like for instance, I've probably written close to 40 letters of recommendation for students that have come to me and said, Mr. Rotterman, would you write a letter of recommendation for a school or for a job or something like that, which I've been happy to do. The general approach that I do is I have to give them something. I don't ask them for their information. I give them a card or something like that. They can reach out to me with an email. So I think there's some challenges in the way the current policy is written in terms of being able to offer a lot of these opportunities to kids. So for instance, I have scholarship opportunities from a couple of organizations. There's no good way to make that communication back through it. There's programs out there, ELC, student exchange programs, et cetera, speech contests, et cetera, that I work on that are not part of the school district, but are things that could greatly enhance these students' opportunities. So if they come to me and talk to me and say, hey, how do I find out more about that? I need a mechanism. So I wrote a proposed amendment to the policy I asked Dr. Wright to take a look, have legal counsel take a look at it to see if it was appropriate. And I know there was a little confusion on that. He and I talked today. So I'm going to stop because I have 4 or 5 seconds left. And I'm going to ask if it would be okay to have Dr. Wright respond to what he found out and about this proposed change.
Dr. Wright?
Okay, I was able to share this proposed change with our legal, and she was able to look at it, and there was some confusion in the interpretation. But she did say that the current policy that we have in place was sound. But I do think that at this time, I think this does need to go back. I sent it back to legal, and I'm still waiting on a response. So I do think that this warrants some further investigation, further discussion. Perhaps this is something that we could either bring back to the policy committee and have a deep discussion about, but it's back at legal right now.
Trustee Watanabe?
Thank you, President Lieberman. I'm glad that this policy was brought forward because obviously I wasn't aware of it, and why would I be? So anyway, I read it and I initially thought, I can understand why a policy like this would be used in a school district, but at the same time, we still have a lot of people out from outside the school district that are a lot of them are on, campuses, during public events, like say the Brave graduation, for instance. We have city council members, the mayor, in other instances, we may have, state legislators, on campuses as well. So I wondered if there was a policy that would apply to them as well. And so as I read through the policy, I came across the sentence that reads that any other adult who violates this policy may be barred from school grounds and activities in accordance with law. And the superintendent or designee may also notify law enforcement as appropriate. So I'm taking that sentence to indicate that this policy does apply to people from outside the school district, that they are still under the same policy guidelines if they come onto campuses. Yeah. So I appreciate it knowing that that sentence was in the policy.
Trustee Ryan?
Yeah, I'm actually quite concerned about as board members, we are easy to reach out. And so I think if a student needs to reach out to you, you have a district email address you can use for that purpose. And that way it's maintained by the district and we can see, even if it's for something outside. If you need, I would say if a student was approaching me about a scholarship I knew something about or a volunteer opportunity I knew as a personal, I serve on a nonprofit board, so I may know about some volunteer opportunities and want to share that with them. I would direct them to the website of that organization. If they didn't have a way to write it down, I would say contact me at my board email address, which is publicly available. You can go to the district website, and through district email, I could send that to them. I am very uncomfortable, and I wanted to be the one who made the motion for school administrator because I've been a school administrator. And I know how careful we want to be with who is able to contact our students, how they can contact our students. And we need, as board members, should follow the policy that every other staff member does and use our official, if we're reaching out to students in our district, use our official means of communication for that purpose. And if they need something else outside of that, you can, through your district email, can direct them to the right location. But I think what we have to recognize that there's a power differential there by being on the board. It's best practice that we use the official communication options we have. Now, that's a whole nother question with volunteers who maybe don't have a district email address. They're doing something else. I appreciate the coaches have another way to reach out to students. But I think as best we can, where we can monitor that communication, those are the best procedures to be following. So I'm not supportive of a revision, and I don't want to spend more money on legal review.
Trustee Canova?
You're done. I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm sorry. But I won't need it. I'll be quick. But I don't really see a need to revise it. In terms of the attorney taking an additional look, if that's necessary, I really leave that to your good judgment, because that's something that's helpful. One thing that Kathy said that was interesting, that is an interesting point. You know, sometimes we have legislators and their staffs on campus for different functions and events. And although we as a board may be aware of this policy and would be complying within this policy, obviously they would not be aware of it. So that's something to maybe think about in terms of the policy, because that one section you read seems rather rigid. And, so if it was to be revised in any way, maybe with some thoughtfulness in terms of when we have dignitaries visiting, you have a legislator who's visiting with staff and they want to share something with students. I think that we don't want to have a policy that's so strict that it doesn't allow that to occur. They wouldn't even be aware of the policy. They would just share. And then I guess who's going to enforce it? You know, we don't have a police function for this. But anyway, I think that was very interesting what you read about that rigid aspect of it. We have to think about it beyond just board members. What about assembly person that visits, or a state senator that visits, or somebody from the county board of supervisors?
Trustee Muirhead.
Thank you. And thank you, Trustee Fairchild, for thinking through some of these issues. I want to point out that this is a 4,000 level policy, which is for staff. And so it doesn't apply to volunteers or even to board members. So we have board bylaws for our board members. We have other policies that relate to volunteers that come onto campus. There's different levels of volunteers. So I would say if it's somebody, it's really interesting to hear how the coaches are communicating. I think that's really good. Those are not available to visitors and volunteers, or even to us as board members. So I don't think it's appropriate to be modifying this particular policy. I didn't look up to see, but there's the volunteer and visitor policies that we may want to look at if that's an issue. And if we need to, at a governance session, talk about how it pertains to us as board members. I think, you know, we can have that discussion. We've had some rich discussion about that tonight to bring it to everyone's awareness. But I don't think that we should be looking at changing this policy, because this is the employee policy. And it doesn't sound like there's an issue with employees. And then we should look at where the appropriate places might be for the individuals who we may have concerns about.
Trustee Fairchild.
Thank you so much for the comments. I would just like to read the first paragraph of the policy, because I think it's pretty profound. The governing board desires to provide a positive school environment that protects the safety and well-being of district students. The board expects all adults, and I believe that includes us, with whom students may interact at school or in school-related activities, including employees, independent contractors, and volunteers, to maintain the highest professional and ethical standards in their interactions with students, both within and outside the educational setting. Such adults shall not engage in unlawful or inappropriate interactions with students and shall avoid boundary blurring behaviors. I love that term. As a mama of 2 teenage girls, that is an important term that we talk about, because that is how grooming starts. And for them to start noticing what those boundary blurring behaviors are. Unfortunately, sometimes adults do those boundary blurring behaviors inadvertently. And so they confuse kids because they're engaging in those boundary blurring behaviors. So as adults, we need to monitor ourselves and not do those. And the thing that it says is the boundaries blurring behaviors that undermine the trust in the adult-student relationship and lead to the appearance of impropriety. And I think especially as board members, we don't want to have the appearance of impropriety. And then when later on it says, employees shall remain vigilant of their position of authority And that's something that board members should be aware of and not abuse it when relating to students. Examples, and then it gives examples of conduct that undermine professional adult-student interactions. And I just think this is a really good reminder to us, especially when we're on campuses, that, you know what, let's interact with those parents. You know, we have a lot of times, if I could just finish my thought, we do have people come and they might give a presentation, but it would be inappropriate for them to continue these like personal interactions with students. When we go to back to school nights, we're there interacting with the parents and the staff. You know, we need to maintain that appropriate boundary with the students. And so this is just a good reminder, I think. And as a parent who's watched the teachers do it and the coaches do it so well at the secondary level, I just think we can learn from their example.
Trustee Ryan?
Yeah, I think actually Trustee Fairchild said what I was going to say, which was to read from the policy itself, because I think it does apply to all of us, including the board, because it says the board, and I'll just repeat it again, the board expects all adults with whom students may interact at school or school-related activities. All adults includes the board, includes volunteers, and it even says, including employees, independent contractors, and volunteers. It is specified that this is not just about staff. It is all adults. And, you know, as a school administrator, I've seen boundary crossing behavior, and it's something that concerns me, and I don't want to see any of us, any adults who interact with our students doing anything that may cross lines. As far as, you know, dignitaries or people coming into our schools from other, assembly members or council members coming, what this is prohibiting is violating, oh, and I lost the line, will not engage in unlawful or inappropriate interactions with students. I haven't seen that happen, but I don't know that we have to make them aware of this policy. I think you would hope it's common sense, obviously, because sometimes people violate those boundaries. It's not always common, but this isn't just about any interactions. It's about creating will not engage in unlawful or inappropriate interactions with students and shall avoid boundary blurring behaviors. If we see a dignitary or someone from outside coming into our schools and engaging in those behaviors with our students, we have to call it out. Whether or not they were aware that we had this policy in advance, we should all be alert to that. We should never want that for our students.
Rotterman?
So I don't have a problem per se with the concepts behind the policy. And I do think we need to keep our kids safe. And I do understand the issues related to grooming and blurring the lines between professional and personal. But one of the problems is the way this is written, it also is preventing a lot of people from being able to offer things to our students. And so the reason I suggested a modification to the program, to the policy, was to see if we could find a mechanism that would allow us to have that communication. So I'll give an example. Santa Clara Rotary does a program called ELC, Enterprise Leadership Conference. In that, there is absolutely the people that come out to that usually are Rotarians that have gone through youth protection training as well as background safety checks. But they go out and they pitch to the students, hey, would you like to come and do this 3-day process where they get to learn how to start a business? It's a really phenomenal program. How do they follow up on that? So the student is interested. He wants to go. She wants to go. How do they get that information then at that point? They have to be able to interact with that outside organization. There has to be a mechanism. You can't use the district email because there is no district email. I'd be happy to just, I'll hand out, if I have to do that, I'll hand out a district card and with a district email and go through that. If that's the solution, that's no big deal. But that's one, that was ELC. Another one run by Bob Buxer, who is no longer an employee, and he does the speech contest for Rotary. All right, how do they interact? And so the kid wants to participate in the speech contest. How do they do that? somebody has to contact Bob Bookser and tell him. So we could transfer that responsibility over to an administrator. Hey, if you want to do it, go talk to this administrator. The administrator then will talk to Bob. But that puts an enormous burden on the system because it's not just that one. Can I finish this thought, please? It's not just that one. It's that one. It's scouting. It's all of these different programs that are out there. There needs to be a mechanism where they can communicate with our kids. Certainly, we want them to do it safely. I want the board to find that mechanism. That's what my goal is. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Fairchild, and then I will.
Well, we can close. I think it's important to note that all of those organizations need to go through the proper channels with the administration to interact with our students. And that's just, it's how it goes with all of those organizations. They just can't come onto campus. What this is talking about is that when we have our interactions, we need to be using district email. If we're going to email students as board members, it doesn't matter in what capacity that we are using our district email, that we are making sure that if we are having communication with students, that their parents are aware. That is so important as a mom, to have parents aware that some people are contacting your child who are not necessarily within their expected communication cycle that you expect to have happen. So I feel like this is a pretty straightforward, easy to understand, rational policy that as a parent, I really appreciate. And and I appreciate CSBA for creating this and the lawyers for looking at it. And I hope that as board members, we can just really hear what it says when it says the purpose is to maintain the highest professional and ethical standards and to create a safe school for students. Thanks.
Trustee Canova.
So I don't see, I'm only one of 7, of course, but I don't see a need to change the language of this. That's my perspective. But Andy's question about, what is the best methodology to communicate to students about various opportunities that are out there, whatever the organization might be. And I hate to call out Jennifer, but do you have any thoughts as to would there be something that doesn't have to do with this policy? Just is there a mechanism that you can think of where if Andy has a program that he really wants students to be aware of, that hey, this exists, this is something you can be part of and take advantage of? You don't have to answer this now, but any thoughts of what would be available to us? Is could I, if I had something of that sort, could I reach out to you and say, hey, there's this program? I'll reach out about something right now. Stanford has a great program called the D School, the Design School, and I go there for clients and in my business. But I see all these high school students from all these districts coming through, taking a tour of this incredible facility on the Stanford campus. I'd like to know if that's something our students could take advantage of, could take tours of the D School at Stanford. I'll just throw that out there. But what's available to us through you to answer and address what Andy's talking about?
It's a good question. The answer is it depends on what you're looking to communicate with students or families. If it's an outside organization, we do have policies that direct that. So we have communications from outside organizations. So our school district policy creates a limited public forum. So what that means is that we either have an open forum where anyone who wants to send anything to any student has the opportunity to do that. We don't have that, right? And you have to be content neutral. So you can't say, we like Stanford, so Stanford gets to send. We don't like this other organization, they don't get to. So you have to be indiscriminate. We have to send everything. We have limited it. And so our limit for us, so that we don't have this water hose of information going to families, is that local nonprofits, so they have to be within the Bay Area. So within the Santa Clara County, all nonprofits, regardless of what service. So that sometimes, not everybody likes to compete with each other here. And so we have to have conversations sometimes. But and the platform that we have set for that is additional limit is the Peach Jar
platform. So all outside organizations must post their flyers to that platform. And that also allows families who do not want to receive marketing materials from outside organizations to opt out of those. We do not post those on our district platform because if we posted that and they opted out, then they're opting out of district communications as well. So families who want to receive communications from the district have an opportunity to have their communications from the district and our schools in a separate platform than from outside communication, organization communications. For something like a field trip, so an outside organizations offering a field trip opportunity. Dr. Wright and I were at a meeting earlier today and we heard about some opportunities for that. We would offer those through our newsletters internally to principals and our weekly newsletters for administrators. We have weekly newsletters to teachers. If it has something to do like some of the speech and debate, ELC, some of these other, we have different forums through our college and career tech centers. So we often communicate and disseminate flyers and workshops and opportunities through those different career centers that have more direct communications with students. If it's like more student focused specifically rather than community. So I guess that's the very short version of it. Depends, but we have different forums depending on the type of communication. And that's what the limited public forum definition means.
Policy, all we need to do is give you a call.
Yeah, and if you want even more detail, you could talk to Philippa or Caitlin in my office and they'll really go into it for you.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Rico. It sounds like we have mechanisms in place to communicate with students and families about opportunities. So Trustee Rotterman's proposal was not part of Trustee Fairchild's agenda item. However, it is giving board direction to review a proposed amendment to a board policy. I'm not sensing that there's support on the board for that. Is there anyone that would like this amendment to be reviewed by legal counsel or to review this policy wording? Anyone? No. Okay. So I think we'll leave the policy as is. Thank you, Trustee Fairchild. Okay, so we now will, I don't think we have any other unagendized comment. We do need to resume closed session, so I don't know if the board wants to do reports or if we just want to go into closed session so that. Yes, okay. So.
Is our closed session item going to take less than an hour? Or do we need to extend
Why
the
don't we
meeting?
extend the meeting just in case? Can I get a Wait, oh, Dr. Wright, do you think that we can be done by 10:30?
It should be done by 10 o'clock.
Okay,
Let's do it.
so keep your comments brief.
That was my way of saying that, but I didn't want to say that.
I can say that. So we'll keep our comments brief. We will aim to be back by 10 o'clock. And we'll see you then.
Can I just, one thing before we go in, you were going to close the meeting.
I have something to read.
Right, but everyone at this point is going to leave. Right, you're not going to wait. And they're not going to, like, even if they're online, they're not going to sit there and wait for us to come back. Can we,
When we come back to close.
Do you want me to read it now?
I would, yeah, I think so. Otherwise.
Okay. Okay, so the board will be adjourning the meeting tonight. And this is how we will adjourn the meeting. The Wilcox High School community is mourning and the entire SCUSD community joins them in their grief. We are adjourning tonight's meeting in heartbreaking honor of longtime teacher Mark Robbie, who died unexpectedly on September 3rd, and 11th grader Isaiah Mendoza, who passed tragically in a car accident on Sunday night. These two souls have touched many, many students, families, and staff, and community members across our district and beyond who are unbelievably heartbroken and mourn their loss. Our thoughts are with their families, friends, and loved ones. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. We will read that again when we adjourn. I think, or just because we're supposed to adjourn that way. We'll be back at 10 o'clock. Okay, the board is back from their second closed session. Item B6, the board received information and gave direction. Okay. We will adjourn in memory of Wilcox teacher Mark Robbie and 11th grader Isaiah Mendoza. We held a moment of silence before we went into closed session, but I just want to reiterate that before we get a motion to adjourn, that we are adjourning tonight in their memory, and our thoughts were with the families, friends, and loved ones of Mr. Robbie and Isaiah Mendoza.
Move to adjourn. Ryan?
Second, Rotterman.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We are adjourned at 10:04.